You want to see what the next song is?
Now skip. No, wait. This is hydration. Home. No, wait. Me seeing water inside it.
Hmm.
Okay, that's not good.
Yep.
Guess it makes it electricity water. Okay, that makes electricity.
Paul for everyone. Russ Clemson fans.
And that's for you.
I already finished. It should just go to where we're at.
Up, down.
Love, the bridge to God's future. Okay, the need for love. Love and character love. Yep, we done that one. Priorities in worship. This is the bridge one. Yeah, we done that. Speaking clearly, we done that. Praying with mind as well as spirits. Signs for believers and unbelievers.
Yeah.
Go right here.
I think so. No, it just Thursday.
Yeah, we've done this one. Well, we haven't done this one, I mean. We're at this one. All right, you ready?
Wait, you ready? Fireball! It went.
Brothers and sisters, don't be children in your thinking, but be youngsters when it comes to evil. But in your thinking, be grown-ups. This is what it says in the law. I will speak to this people in foreign languages and with the lips of strangers, and even so they won't listen to me, says the Lord. So tongues are not meant for believers, but are a warning for unbelievers, while prophecy is not designed for unbelievers, but for those who come to faith. What I mean is this: if the whole assembly comes together and everybody speaks in tongues, and outsiders or unbelievers come in, they'll say you're crazy, won't they? But everyone prophesies and outsiders or unbelievers come in, they'll be called to account by everyone, judged by everyone. The secrets of their hearts will be laid bare, and so they will fall down on their faces and worship God, declaring that God is truly among you. We need to take an adult attitude to this. Of course, if we are to approach the problem as adults, since we're all adults here, perhaps I could say, what do you think these people are talking about?
Wait, I'm not an adult.
Yeah, well, so, you know what's fun, interesting. What's up, P-Brain? So just saying something is mature does not mean it's actually like that. Doesn't mean saying something is mature doesn't mean that it's appropriate. You know, it's actually like, what's crazy is like usually mature content is for things that are just inappropriate for anyone to see. But I will say, let me jot this down. Maturity is being able to talk about the hard things and work through them. And because the reality is now, like any sort of open access internet, anyone can access things that are quote unquote mature.
That the Bible's mature.
The Bible is very mature because it requires an open mind to work through it. It's difficult stuff to go through.
Yeah.
It requires sacrifice of our like assumptions. It's me, a P-Brain. What do you think these people are talking about? It'll be nice to think that such sentences really did introduce serious and informed discussion of important and difficult issues. But in much modern speech, the language of adult has been used in a different sense, as with shops and bookstores that offer adult products, and with movies that proclaim themselves as adult entertainment. We have to conclude that the word has ceased almost entirely to mean grown up in the sense of mature, wise, responsible. It has come to mean people have forgotten the moral constraint of their younger days. The three speakers are most likely saying, now that we've grown out of the silly restrictions that less mature people still regard as important. And of course, from the same stock of words, we get adultery. Adults behaving selfishly without thought for long-term consequences, especially for children. When Paul appeals for adults or grown-ups thinking in verse 20, the last thing he means is that one should have grown out of careful moral thinking. On the contrary, when it comes to evil, he says you should still be babies. There is no shame, no immaturity, and simply not knowing about the depths of evil and pervasiveness in the world. Nobody is diminished in their humanness by being ignorant, innocent, or even naive when it comes to knowing all the things that the twisted human mind can devise. Of course, those called to pastoral work and to various kinds of work in the community need to know what they're dealing with, but this no more convenes at evil than a doctor convenes at sickness by learning how to treat it. Huh. Instead, it's me, the Mario. It's weird that Chris Pratt is Mario in the Mario movie. You're voicing it. Alright, I'm getting easily distracted. Let me finish reading and no more distractions.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Let's do this. Instead, Paul wants them to grow to maturity in their thinking. This is the problem we still face, even in the church. There are people who pride themselves on knowing about evil, but can't be bothered to think through serious issues from a biblical or theological point of view. There are many Christians who can tell you which film star is getting divorced, but can't tell you where in the Bible you might find teaching on the subject. This general introduction in verse 20 applies, as I have suggested, to all kinds of situations. But Paul gives the general principle about maturity in order to hone in on yet another aspect of the problem he has been addressing throughout the chapter. Not only does he want them to worship God with mind as well as innermost spirit, he wants them to reflect intelligently about the whole problem of what should happen in the church public meetings. And when they do, there are surprises in store. He begins by quoting what to us seems a strange passage from Isaiah 28, where God says that, as a mark of his displeasure with unbelieving, rebellious Israel, he will address them by the lips of foreigners, babbling in a tongue they can't understand. This won't persuade them to turn back to him, but the very fact of being addressed in this way will be a sign to them of just how far they have gone astray. So he says, tongues are not a sign for believers. Those who believe don't need to be addressed in this way as a mark of God's displeasure. But if those outside, the unbelievers, come into the house where Christians are worshiping and discover people speaking in tongues, they will be repelled. Paul may be thinking that such outsiders would conclude that Christianity was just another of various cults in which people went into trance-like ecstasies and utter strange things. Or he may just be thinking, as he says in verse 23, that they will think the Christians are simply mad. But either way, the effect will be negative. Tongues then are not likely to be useful in the public worship service, unless the tongue speaker can also express in plain speech the meaning of what has been uttered. With prophecy, however, it's different. The way Paul has said this in the second half of verse 22 seems a bit puzzling, and different translations have struggled to remain faithful to his original words while making sense of the passage. He seems to be saying that prophecy, speaking God's word intelligibly, both under spontaneous prompting by the Spirit and after mature and careful thought, is designed to further the work of bringing people to faith. He envisioned a situation where outsiders hear powerful words, preaching, exhortation, especially giving wisdom, and so on, and find themselves captivated by it. The prophetic words shine a spotlight that does right into their innermost selves, bringing a sense of unworthiness, conviction, and judgment. No other power has been able to do that to them, and Paul paints a dramatic picture here. But we must assume this sort of thing did happen in the communities he knew. They will fall down and worship to the one true God, whom they have recognized as present in and with the congregation. This is clearly another argument against the use of untranslated or uninterpreted tongues in public worship, and in favor of words which are intelligent and powerful in their appeal to the minds as well as the heart and the spirit. This appeals for maturity, which reflects the child. Contrast chapter 13. May also hand another criticism of tongues. They belong to a childish stage of Christian experience. Of course, no wise adult ever loses touch with the child he or she once was and in a sense still is, but Paul insists that maturity is what matters. One must learn to progress beyond childish babbling into articulate and wise speech. We should not overstress this because Paul himself still clearly uses the gift of tongues in his personal and private prayer, and he doesn't see this as a sign of immaturity. Maturity comes in knowing what behavior is appropriate in which context. And that's a good clitcher, and that's something that actually my youth pastor always tell me. Maturity comes in knowing what behaviors is appropriate in which context. And same with speaking in tongues.
Yeah.
What are tongues?
Talking different languages.
Well, actually, it's like also by the Holy Spirit, it's enabling you to speak different languages. Do you know I speak in tongues? I don't do it in public because of verses like this, but it's a very private thing. When I am praying and pursuing Christ in my private time, I speak in tongues. It's not something I'm ashamed of. It's just not something
That you say in public.
Yeah. Because if I do it in public, I need prophecy. So that, because prophecy will be when I'm speaking what the Holy Spirit is enabling me to speak, I will need prophecy to interpret what I'm saying so that people are being edified. If I'm just speaking in tongues and no one's being edified, then I'm just going to make people think I'm cuckoo nuts.
Yeah.
And that's not,
Like cuckoo for Cheerios.
yeah. Paul rounds the argument off with another quotation from Isaiah, this time from chapter 45, something of a favorite of his. There, the prophet speaks of the pagan nations coming to recognize that the one true God is present in Israel and nowhere else, and so coming to worship. As with many parts of Isaiah, Paul sees this fulfilled in his own day. This may be a hint to us of one aspect at least of what he means by prophecy. He is, after all, quoting two prophetic texts in his own discussion about prophecy. Could it be that this passage is itself an example of what he has in mind? If so, we can glimpse how it might come about. Through prayer, careful reflection, and creative thought about the way in which God's long purposes have been fulfilled in Jesus Christ, Paul and other early Christian prophets would gain the courage to say new things, to offer fresh interpretations of Scripture, to apply previously unimagined insight to the life of the church. This ministry of fresh, prayerful reading of Scripture, coupled with a desire to think through the practical, social, and cultural issues facing the church, as well as the great theological questions, of course, is still urgently needed in the church. Paul urges the Corinthians to seek such gifts for the building up of the whole church, and there is every reason for Christians today, too, to pray for such gifts and to seek to bring them to maturity. All right, let me just quickly pray. Monitor up, please. Christ, your Lord, amazing. Thank you for this time with my little Brahim. Thank you that we can just take moments in the day and read amazing Bible, amazing ancient Scripture that just calls and challenges us, makes us be mature, think about difficult decisions, wrestle with difficult ideas, and challenge ourselves. How would this look in my life? In our Father's name, amen. Oh, dude, so good. You can start now, Brahim. How's life, P-Brain? Oh, man. You just like... is my guy dead? Is my guy dead? No! Resurrect! Ascend! Day's been good.
You did.
I'm happy to hear, friend.
You did.
Oh,
Gosh.
those harpies are just
Quit my scissors.
mean.
I got the
is-
scissors
oh.
in GPO and I don't care.
Interesting. The exit. He did. Didn't I? Ascended!
Yeah.
There we go. All right, let's try this
Get you,
again.
monkey. Oh gosh, it's free. Oh no, worry.
I like this guy. Okay. You need to calm down on the building. You need to calm down on building the mountain. It's a mountain just... Those harpies are just not nice.
Okay, Grill King, let's go.
What you been playing lately? More Blocks Fruit? More grindy stuff?
But Grill King sucks now. It's so easy.
All right.
He's already dead. How?
Oh, you're in the second seat. Oh, are you playing the Jeeps, the P's, and the O?
Nope. How's that? Kind of like the idle post. It looks pretty cool though.
Hmm.
That's the idle post of the scissors. Scissors, wait, what?
Sizzles?
Wait, I'm building the scissors? Okay.
I do like it being called Sizzles.
I don't know.
The Sizzles. Got Quake String and Portal. Oh, I've been trading lately. Oh, I see. I don't really play GPO. I might. I don't even know what Quake String and Portal is. I mean,
Buy a new fruit.
you got oh, the fruit. I thought you were like Portal, like the video game. I was like, if you have a moment to play Portal, man, take it. So good.
Equip a shield, Corey.
I can't. This guy can't.
Oh, no wonder what?
Because I'm a necromancer.
Gauntlet. Copy that because gauntlets are kind of OP. Free bomb fruit. That's got free bomb fruit.
Nice.
Buddy. Cookies come
Making GLaDOS a potato. I do. Oh, I say Portal 1, Portal 2. What do you think is better?
I can't tell if Trident's good. Because Trident's in the first seed. So technically the scissors are better. Because it's more in two. Okay, that's right. I that one. Give me the abundance!
Let me think here. Wrap around.
No. Well, you may have
Then, all right. If I delete
No.
that, I could have a wrap around that. Oh my gosh. An
Oh.
oh. Oh. All right. We want to do that. Why not?
yep.
Like that.
Full beans. Are they beans? Ooh, I like beans.
Okay. I need to.
No. Or should I?
There we go. And then, yeah, I could totally have that wrap
Trident?
around.
No.
Oos.
No, give me gauntlets. I want you weapon. Alright, never server, I guess. Get that server.
You ever played Loop Hero?
Stone Titan.
I'm gonna guess. Try and think. Was that trying to remember what it's called. I think it's when
What do you want?
I think it's like called like the Red Massacre. It's like when a rebellion happened. It's when you get the famous photo of the tank in front of the person, forgetting what's it called.
Don't know if that means, but I'm gonna climb.
Did I guess right?
Give me you. I got scissors. Okay. I was honest. Big ass. Oh. Yeah. What do you want? Yeah.
How much money is two? Two what? 2 pennies? $2?
Good you mirror scissors. Gone. Wait for it, big daddy, buddy.
2 is 2. I don't.
Spider one.
There's no currency value next to it. What are you asking me? Why are you trying to trick me? I thought we were friends.
Now to another server.
Well, 2 is 2. There's like no money attached to it. Unless you give me the currency value. 2 of what?
Continents, buddy. I have an SPU.
Man, that guy's health is just getting wrecked.
What do you want, buddy? Oh, pledge. Pledge. You never had mirror scissors? I have SP reset. See, look.
Shoe shine.
SP reset. SP reset.
Look, having a lot of fun there, friend. Trying to trip me up.
Give it a go then.
Yeah, actually, we need to level up a bit.
Got this, guys.
I'll see if I survive long enough to get the loops. Alright.
Yo. Give it a Skittles, boy. If I say Skittles, that means we ever had mirrors.
Oh,
Accept. Accept. Deny. Wait, what? Add that
don't need
big
beacons.
Dropping
Determined.
AFK.
Try this again. Let's go. He's like they try to confuse the poor streamers. Think about the streamers. Think about the
Get out of my
streamer.
face.
Think about the streamer child.
Minute trade, buddy. This is a
Get a lot of triples.
I wonder if it's fine. I doubt it.
Wouldn't it be worth it?
Koi bees. I need koi bees. Even add helmet. Add. I added. Want me to add more?
Hmm.
Want me to add more? There we go.
Hmm.
Big add. Okay, you want me big at it? Okay, that actually kind of. Now I'm ready. I don't even know what that fruit is. I don't even have it. AFK.
Oh my gosh.
This is their word for it. I promise. Ready for server.
8 minutes. Wish me luck. You want to roll for a fruit? Good luck. Good luck. Charlie, you want to do your luck chant? Your luck. Your luck.
Dun, dun, dun.
There you go. He's done his luck luck spell. Spell of luck right there.
Imagine it actually works and he gets like a. That would be so. What is that pumpkin? Don't. I take cotton. You don't. Is that the one who has good stuff? I like that. Pumpkin meat. Does the map change every time?
Let's try that.
Does the map change every time? Buddy, I need
It
gauntlets.
does.
Somebody trade me.
Let me try something. I don't do wishy
Okay, wow.
wishy constellation things.
What's this hunting?
1, 2,
that.
3. Then we'll
Yeah,
rip that
show
around.
Off. Show off. Yeah, it's totally showing off.
And then
There's a show for
we'll go that way. So I can put that right there.
Trade. 5 apps. Trade. Ready? Let me read your shot. That just sucks.
Oh. Excuses for bad for bad behavior. That's a good one. I'm gonna start doing that. I'm a Libra. So justice means a lot to me, and you guys are all bad.
Comment with you. No, not that dude. What? That. Scissors. I need gauntlet toes.
Imagination.
Oh, the power of imagination. You can imagine it. Yo, imagine actually doing that and just yelling at the end. Imagine. Oh, no.
Actually, if you believe in Jesus, you are declared right. Imagine that. You're declared righteous by his righteousness.
I don't want to scream.
Or you're saying you just are not good at games and like, sorry. Then not even Jesus can help you with that. What's up, dude?
Starting to think if scissors are less worth gauntlets. I have food.
I go esports. I go esports strong.
No. Setbacks. Why you don't want it?
My pizza simulator makes 85 pizzas per second. I'm esports strong.
Buddy, just to show you, I have. Look. You say I don't have a frill? Yeah. Yeah?
Which is flat. Has better numbers.
What's that gun on?
Even with the... It's a little too early right now. Gotta wait.
No gauntlet? Wait. Fine.
Get them skillies.
What
got
does
this
the
ski-
sign say?
You got the skillies. Whoa.
I didn't.
Nope. Dinged.
Are you gonna give me gauntlet or what?
Woo! It's a good start one. Now I wait.
Yeah, I just AFK. Hold on. Ah.
Some madness, my friend. Madness, I tell you.
What if I get safe?
Woo! Help. You'll see how well I do against harpies now.
I think me. Boy. Be a scissors. I mean gauntlet. Yeah. Oh, that's the same place. Imagine I yeah. That is
You just rolled? Got anything worthy of the roll? Did his chant work? Get him! Get him! Whew. All right. Right now, my person is surviving against them harpies. Get out of here.
Pineapple How much protection do you even have?
But you got the spike fruits. Like that does not sound like a good one. All right, let's try this. Bring him down! Get him! That was almost a mistake. Like my guy just punches him. And he summons out. He's like, here, just take a wallop. Maybe I should have... Yeah, I should have time. I should have time around me, especially since I'm having...
I decline. You know what? You win.
That can wait.
Dying.
I'm sorry, man. Sorry his chant didn't work. Quick, Char, use Ugon Gingon.
Yeah.
I choose you! Gugon Gingon! Oh, you're no Pokemon now. You're the Gugon Gingon Pokemon. I'm prepared for this moment.
Send my trade. And I need gone. Oh, that's such a scam.
Oh my gosh. Harpies are brutal. No! Res!
George Washington.
George Washington's on your side.
Did you not kill me? What's his tactic? Ready? Squash.
Okay. Thinking you go down. Shoot. I wasn't paying attention. Let's see if I can build right there. We'll see. Ooh. Yes, please. Get 'em, boys.
Action. Thank God.
Yes.
Nice.
Get 'em, boys.
Good.
Wasn't paying attention there. Balls.
Anything good? Duck to me.
I'm gonna leave this in.
Dang it.
Oh, nice. Okay. He's so squishy. Why are you so squishy? No, that's game. Focusing on me in the attack. Ugh, harpies. Oh yeah. Darn you, harpies! Curious now. Oh, shnikey. Alright, we'll save the stones for later when my guy can handle fights against harpies, dang it. Check see if there's a Windows update. Hit WIN. DOS. Nope. Oh. DOWS. Window. Oh. OW. Oh. WS. Space. U. There we go. Check for updates. Nope. You're up to date. No. If you already. Resume update. You actually hit pause.
Oh, status uninstalled.
Oh, maybe there is an update. Oh. Beep boop boop beep beep. No? Looks like it's picking my voice. It's picking up my voice. It's picking up my voice. Picking up my voice. Yeah.
It's laggy. What's happening? What is happening? Blocks, bro. Why is it so laggy? Why? It's so laggy. What if it's just this server?
Hmm.
Oh my gosh. Get me out of this server. I don't know why it's so laggy.
Boom 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 boom. It's working now.
Not laggy anymore. What the flip? Is this that server? Come here. Stop slime. What? Read it, bro. Oh,
Let's try. Let's try that.
not.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I know how to like use a stand about.
Mm-hmm.
The more you use it, the more stand about it.
Mm.
I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. I was using like 20 stamina just per second.
Mm.
That's a lot of stamina.
You don't say. Fascinating.
Scissors.
This little he just punches them.
Go, monkey, open the door.
Mhm.
I like how I'm top on the server for bounty.
All right. So now we watch. So 3 HP. Should they give me double resurrections too? All right. So, all right. See if I get 6 per kill. Oh, with the soul. I think it's the preface.
I love the light fruit. It's my favorite. On half night. Yeah, you can't run, but I'm in the second shield.
All right. See you, P-Brain. You have a good one, friend. If I don't see you again.
What?
I always feel like I'm dissing you when I say your name.
That's nice picked up.
Nice. Sure. All right. We'll be right back.
Hello?
Oh my gosh. I've been talking this whole time, Logan, and I was muted, and I mute myself. Is he gone? Oh, he's still there.
I just read it. Well, yeah.
So we're at reading time. I gotta quickly just get his fruit rating and peeled so that he can eat while I read, and then we'll be going through a reading step.
You're still muted on Discord.
What? Why is Discord being gosh darn broken? Check. 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 All right. I'll do the initial peel of your orange and we'll start reading.
Yeah.
Beep, boop, boop, beep. All right. We're doing this. Are we doing this? Huh. Beep, boop, boop, beep. Beep, boop, boop, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Would you like me to start reading?
Yes.
Whatever. So, where does this leave us? What part's this?
Bible. Ah!
Final instructions for worship. So where does this leave us, my brothers and sisters? When you come together, one person has a psalm, another some teaching, another revelation, another a tongue, another some interpretation. Let everything be done for the general upbuilding. If anyone speaks in a tongue, there should be 2 or at most 3, each taking their turn, and one of them should put it into plain speech. But if none of them can do that, let them be silent in the assembly and speak to themselves to God. As for the prophets, let 2 or 3 speak, and the others evaluate what is said. If fresh revelation comes to someone sitting there, the first person should be silent. You can all prophesy one by one so that everyone can learn and everyone can be encouraged. The spirits of prophets are under the control of prophets, since God is the God not of chaos but of peace. As in all the assemblies of God's people, the woman should keep silence in the assemblies. They are not permitted to speak. They should remain in submission, just as the law declares. If they want to understand something more, they should ask their own husbands when they get home. It's shameful, you see, for a woman to speak in the assembly. Do you suppose God's words begin with you? Are you the only ones it has reached? If anyone thinks they are a prophet or spiritual, they should acknowledge that what I write to you is the Lord's command. If anyone disregards this, they can be disregarded. So my brothers and sisters, be eager to prophesy and don't forbid speaking in tongues. But everything should be done in a seemly fashion and in a proper order. All right. Let's see what Tom Wright has to say about this very hard piece to read. What part's this? Last night, I stood in awe at a mosaic dating from the 6th century. It is a picture of Jesus himself coming on the clouds, and it's in the domed apse above the altar in a church in Rome. Peter and Paul are standing on either side of Jesus, presenting to the risen Lord 2 saints of the period, the brothers Cosmos and Damian. As often in ancient mosaics, there are animals and birds, and the whole thing looks incredible, bright and vivid. It's hard to believe it is a millennium and a half old, or at least that most of it is. There was an earthquake in Rome in the Middle Ages, and the great bell tower that used to stand there collapsed onto the roof of the apse, crashing through and damaging part of the picture. It was restored, but in restoring it, the new artists added a few touches of their own, making allusions to their own time. This doesn't spoil the picture, and indeed it adds a sense of continuity as different generations made their contribution. Similar things happen from time to time to ancient books, and indeed some modern ones. It didn't always take an earthquake. Sometimes it was simply a careless scribe, or in other cases an overzealous one. We know this because the manuscripts of the New Testament that we possess, there are hundreds of them, all differ slightly in mostly very small detail. In 1 or 2 well-known cases, with the ending of Mark being a good example, it seems that some early Christian scribes were determined to make good what they saw as gaps or deficiencies. We should note in saying this that the New Testament is by far the most preserved book from the ancient world. Most of the great classical texts, such as Homer and Virgil, Sophocles and Cicero, are preserved in only a few copies, all much later than most of the New Testament manuscripts we've got, some of which date from very early on, some even from within 100 or 200 years of the time of Jesus. This problem about variation between different manuscripts doesn't greatly affect the letters of Paul, except for one or two examples, and this present passage includes one of the most famous. Verses 34 and 35, the command to women to keep silence in the assemblies, don't occur here in some of the manuscripts. Instead, they are added on at the end of chapter 14, seemingly as a kind of appendix, since the verses are in any case very odd. Paul clearly assumes in chapter 11 that women are going to speak during worship. Many serious scholars have concluded that the verses were not by Paul and were added by a scribe who was anxious to keep public worship a matter of male leadership only. This could be the case, although equally wise and learned people have concluded that Paul really did write the passage. But if he did, as on balance, I am inclined to believe. What can he have meant by it? He clearly doesn't mean that no woman must speak during worship. As we saw, chapter 11 assumes that women will take leadership roles in praying and prophesying just as much as men will. And I simply don't think Paul has any agenda about keeping women in a downtrodden condition, as has often been suggested. What we have to reckon with is a possible scenario, or a set of possible scenarios that might explain the sudden need for a commandment of this type. The whole passage, and indeed most of this long chapter, is about speaking and being silent in public worship, and about making sure that everything is done out of a concern to build up God's people, and out of belief that the God we worship is the God of peace, not of confusion or chaos. This suggests that if Paul did indeed write these words, one or both of the following problems may have occurred. It is likely that the men and women were segregated during worship, as in synagogues and as in some churches in this day in the Middle East and elsewhere. But if public worship was conducted in the main formal language of the day, and Corinth, obviously mainstream Greek, many of the women who might only understand their local dialects would not always be able to grasp what was being said. Like some other things in this letter, this isn't to say that Paul approves of a situation where women will be less educated than men, but he has to deal with the real problems he faces, not with an ideal situation. As so sometimes happens today in such cases, the woman might become bored and begin to talk among themselves, or they might start calling across the central division to a husband explaining what had been said. Either way, Paul says this can be disruptive and should not be allowed. That is one possibility. Another is that with Paul's instruction in verse 29, according to which the congregation should reflect on what a prophet said and evaluate it, some of the women in the congregation Were you just laying Augie in? Nice. That is one possibility. Another is that with Paul's instruction in verse 29, according to which congregation should reflect on what a prophet said and evaluate it, some of them in the congregation might have taken upon themselves to evaluate what their own husband has said, and do so rather too personally and sharply. In that case, it would be far better, Paul believes, to have them take the matter up at home, rather than airing what could be, at least by extension, a domestic disagreement with the context of public worship. Either of these may describe a situation Paul faced, or there may have been another possibility. We don't know. What is clear is that this is a particular problem posed from within the culture setting of the time, and that Paul's overriding concern, if the passage is indeed written by him, is for order, peace, and mutual upbuilding when the congregation comes together for worship, rather than for chaos, interruption, and dissension. Of course, there are many churches today where there is so much order and peace that Paul might have wondered if everyone had gone to sleep. That poses different problems which a fresh and lively engagement with the gospel itself and the personal challenges it poses should begin to address. Well, in Corinth, at least, the problem was one of worship meetings bordering on chaotic and chaos, as always provides an opportunity for those with the loudest voices or the slickest operating skills to come out on top, while those with gentler voices and more humility can get crushed in their path. The issue, in other words, may well not be simply about how to order public worship, but how to prevent bossy and overbearing Christians exploding an extemporaneous worship service in order to show off their gifts and strength. That problem is not unique to free services such as those in Corinth. In particular, Paul issues specific instructions as to the exercise of the gifts he has been talking about. The main principle remains that everything should be done with an eye to building up the church. Beyond that, at most 3 people should speak in tongues, and then only if one of them can interpret, in other words, put into plain speech. Hey, friend. So, what are we reading about? Yeah, what about worship? How to what? Oh, so I'll help you. So there is a very hard, we just read a very hard piece, okay? This is where maturity comes in. He says that women should be silent. So either 3 things happened. Either 1, this could be just be added by a scribe later, because remember the Bible's 2,000 years old. New Testament is 2,000 years old. And so it could have been added later. Or option 2 is that it's a local, like this, the Corinthian congregation is just having chaos worship. Like there's nothing, like no benefit is happening. And so he's like, all right, this needs to stop. And so he's dealing with the local issue. All right, and then let's just finish reading, okay? In particular, Paul issues specific instructions as to the exercise of the gifts he has been talking about. The main principle remains that everything should be done with an eye to building up the church. Beyond that, at most 3 people should speak in tongues, and then only if one of them can interpret. In other words, put into plain speech what it is that has been said. Paul will have no time for people who want to go on and on in a free-floating way with different gifts being exercised. Spontaneity is no guarantee of spirituality, and to think otherwise is to entertain wrong ideas about God himself. When it comes to prophecy, again, 2 or 3 is to be the rule. The rest must be silent, but certainly not passive. They must consider carefully what has been said. No one must try to shout down another. If God gives a second person something to say, the first should give place. Again, spontaneity is not enough. Prophets must take charge of what's going on in their own spirits and should be self-disciplined in their speaking. Yes, friend? Yeah, it's been like that for a while. Oh, there's like a short. The final commands, after the puzzling passage about the woman keeping silent, comment ironically on what just had been said. Anyone who thinks they have prophetic or spiritual gifts should see by such means that what Paul has said really is a command of the Lord. He doesn't want to squash the work of the Spirit, he wants to encourage it. But the important thing is that everything must be done in a fitting and appropriate manner. And with the proper order, it's better to drink wine from a wine glass than to lick it off the tablecloth. All right. Boom, 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 boom. It is a big apple. I'll let you. You ate enough. Boom, 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 boom. Bum 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 la 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 la. Boo. Boo 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 boo. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. La 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 la. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, Ibrahim. Thank you. Hmm. Hmm. Fascinating idea. Let's give it a shot. Holy moly moly. Oh, and they invited you? Nice. You got yourself a party. Mmm. Hmm.
I'm not joking.
Hmm.
Get out of my way, noob. How did I not even
Mm-hmm. I think you'll cry. I think you'll just have tears, like tears of sadness. Will just stream from you.
Yes, like food. Like not with apples.
Hmm.
Still broken. Still letting me dodge though.
Nice. Hmm.
That's a quality dude. So at least play.
Hmm.
No problem. Look at his health!
Nice.
Whoa, it's only been like 10 minutes. Less than 10.
Are you happy with the party you're with?
Yeah. Take this, Shadow King. Fast name,
So many effects. Yeah, that's all effects. Welcome to a JRPG. Like literally in JRPG, people have settings to disable that. To be able to disable seeing that kind of stuff because it just gets too much.
In this game, dirty! Wow. Right there.
I'm so sorry, GPO. Will you forgive me? Didn't mean to hurt your feelings, GPO. Is that how it sounds?
Yeah.
Okay. Be back. I'm thirsty.
You mean your butt thirsty?
What? What?
The soul thing? I have no idea what that is.
I mean, you're with them. You just like to be on the love boat. I mean, that's. I mean, that's literally what you're using is the love boat.
Okay. This seems sussy baka. Okay. It's really a kraken. Oh god. What the flip is this? The flip. And now there's a kraken. I have no idea what this means. What is happening? Get off! What? I have. Oh my gosh. Why is there so much?
Right,
Okay.
I think I've.
I don't know how to do this. Do I just fight him?
I guess just joining the fight.
There's nothing to fight. I don't see anything.
Oh, there's a kraken. There's a kraken to your left.
Yeah, but that's theirs.
Oh, that's summon krakens. Oh.
Whoa, stop going the other way. They shit pushing. We're having to feed the back. Back to the back to fighting this. Get out of my way, bro. Get out of my way. I knew it. Okay, I guess we can't fight. To the gauntlet box we go! Again. I got you, bro! I got Yo. I will fight it. Fight them, bro. Be gone, nerd. How about I use your own scissors against you? And using his own weapon against himself. That's his biggest. Using his weapon against himself. That's his biggest weakness. I'm just joking. I want it to be true. Okay, I think we got it. How fun is this pony? The game's
It's when one of the ghosts die, they do a kind of like a weird ending.
Why beat on them when you can be a view and use the Z ability on the light? Why?
Interesting. Rivers can't be destroyed. Huh. Fascinating.
Why do I destroy it?
Well, I'm trying to make room for more stuff because once this ends, once that pops. Oh, I see. I have to. Is this the enemy? There we go. That's scary. Make it scary. Nah, it's not by level. It's about numbers. About the stats, yeah. Here we go.
No.
I don't need to do this. When I think about it. This build. I think I can take on the boss. My person's ready.
I do the boss.
When you build, it fills up this meter, and once that meter is full, the boss spawns. Ruins. Oh, sweet. Another ruin. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Mm. My phone. Come in. Ooh.
The filtration's gonna be here. Hi, Jason. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't do that.
you get the fruit that you wanted?
Well, I'm not out. I'm not getting a fruit.
The, did you get the fruit you were trying to go for?
The mirror?
Yeah.
No. I did get this item. So it's the mirror scissors.
So is it better than the mirror fruit?
But it looks.
Is it better than the mirror fruit?
Well, fruits are better than weapons sometimes. Not all the time.
So you charged for that one mirror fruit?
Not gotten it. We don't know what they are. There's these things. And it's pretty overpowered.
They're hard to get.
It's a 1% drop. A boss at the island diver.
How you doing, Jason? How's school today, friend? How's school today? Yeah, I was talking to you. How you doing?
Good with that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
See, yesterday, when I was at the store, so, I have Sun, Tuesdays, Thursdays, right? On Thursdays,
Let me mute so that you're not. We're not even. We're all muted. That's funny.
Yeah, do it again.
You gotta do it again.
Bible!
Woo!
Trying
Alright.
to write that. 2 times, too.
Imagine the screen so loud that just broke apart everything.
You probably broke the microphone doing that.
Oh, luckily you're not facing away. If you're not facing, your mouth is not like you're not screaming in the microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
All right.
I was screaming like,
Ooh, this is gonna be a good section. Are you ready? 1 Corinthians chapter
Wait.
15, 1 through 11.
Bible! Bible! Bible!
No.
The gospel of the Messiah, crucified, buried, and risen. Let me remind you, brothers and sisters, about the good news which I announced to you. You received this good news. Are you ready for this really good section? You receive this good news, and you're standing firm on it. And you are saved through it. You hold fast the message I announced to you, unless it was for nothing that you believed. What I handed on to you at the beginning, you see, was this. So this, when he went to Corinthians, this is what he told them. You ready?
Yeah.
The Messiah died for our sins in accordance with the Bible. He was buried. He was raised on the 3rd day in accordance with the Bible. He was seen by Cephas, then by the 12. Then he was seen by over 500 brothers and sisters at once, most of whom are still with us, though some fell asleep. Then he was seen by James, then by the apostles, and, last of all, as the one ripped from the womb, he appeared even to me. I'm the least of the apostles, you see. In fact, I don't really deserve to be called apostle at all, because I persecuted God's church. Remember that about Paul? This is Paul writing.
Right! No!
And so he was
Right.
going out and killing Christians. And that's,
That's just ain't out.
well, Jesus then revealed himself to him. Like, isn't that such a great story? But I am what I am because of God's grace. And his grace to me wasn't wasted. On the contrary, I worked harder than all of them. Though it wasn't me, but God's grace which was with me. So whether it was me or them, that was the way we announced it. And that was the way you believed. What part's this?
Commentary.
Street Fighter.
Huh. The old man made me a cup of tea and took me through his... All right. This one is... There we go. Just do the next one. The old man made me a cup of tea and took me through to his sitting room. Now you must see this, he said, passing me a much-handled photograph album. This tells you how we came here. So he's telling them his ancestors. You ready to hear his ancestor story?
Yeah.
And this is N.T. Wright with an old man. The pictures took their own story. The happy family at home in Armenia. The sudden journey with what they could carry and nothing else. The key figures, father, grandfather, and uncle, on board the ship, and then the arrival. Staying with distant relatives, finding their own home, settling down, making a new life. And this is where I come in, he smiled, turning the last page. I'm not really an Armenian, you see. There he was, a little boy born just after the family arrived in the New World. I want to know more of the history of the strange, proud people who had to retain their sense of identity despite being hunted almost to extinction. He gave me a book, also showing signs of being read many times. This gives you the whole picture, he said. When we read this, we realize why it's important that we came here and have carried on our way of life. 2 stories, one old and long, the other sudden and short. Weave them together and you create a new community. And that's what Paul is doing in this passage. He tells how the Christian movement had begun. It's a kind of family album, explaining what had happened to bring this little family to birth in its new existence. He adds himself at the end of the list, though there is something odd about his being there at all. And he gives the telltale hints that reveal this story as simply the most recent and decisive moment in a much longer story, for which you need the book that gives you the whole picture and explains why these new events are so important. The chapter is now beginning is one of the greatest sustained discussions of a topic which Paul ever wrote. The theme is the resurrection. The resurrection of Jesus. and the future resurrection of those who believe in Jesus. Some in Corinth have a problem with this. We'll find out at verse 12, but there is a much wider reason why Paul gives this topic such a lengthy treatment and places it here as the final major theme of the letter. So you ready? Here's Klitcher. We have seen over and over again that he is trying to get the Corinthians to understand where they are and who they are in God's long story. They are in danger of forgetting their roots. The roots which they have because they belong to the Messiah, who has brought Israel's long story to its climax. They have learned to live according to the scriptures, not in the sense that they must take little bits and pieces of the Bible as their guide to life, though they could do a lot worse, but in the much larger sense that the whole Bible tells a story which has now exploded into new life with the Messiah, particularly with his death and resurrection. If they understand where they belong in the story, so many other things that have troubled them will be seen in the correct light. Think, for instance, how the Messiah's death and resurrection were crucial in the discussion of sexual morality in chapter 6. God bought you for himself through Jesus' death, and God will raise your body to new life as he raised Jesus. So who you are and what you do in and with your present body matters vitally. Think how the discussion of the Eucharist in chapter 11 encouraged the Corinthians to see this meal in the light of the longer story, looking back now to Jesus' death and on to when he comes again. Think of the lyrical passage about love in chapter 13 and how the deepest point there is that love is the thing which will last into the new world that God will make. The fact that there is a new world, that it's already been launched in Jesus' resurrection, and that all God's people will be given new bodies in order to share in it, is basic to everything he has said. This is where the photograph album illustration can't help. What we will need is some photographs of the future. Paul wants to be clear that the resurrection is rock bottom reality for the Christian. It isn't a strange idea that he dreamed of up himself. He and all the others tell the same story. It's already become a carefully guarded tradition. The story, in fact, forms the gospel, the announcement of the good news of Jesus the Messiah. This was the message that Paul announced wherever he went, and it was this message that carried God's power and brought people, by the Spirit, into a living knowledge and love of him, into the rule of the Messiah, into the kingdom of God. The only point in being a Christian at all is if this message continues to be the solid ground on which you stand. So, it is Jesus' resurrection that we built our life upon. Like, that's it. Like, we may think this friends are more important, or but it's the
But it's the story of the gospel that we
Yep, it's the good news of Jesus that we just stand on. And that actually teaches
like
that.
us standing on books of knowledge, but the gospel. Knowledge.
And so, with that,
I thought that was on your phone, and I was like, what?
so it is that, my friends, that
Yeah.
teaches us how to be good friends. It is the gospel that teaches us how to love the other.
Yes.
It's the gospel that teaches us how to share. It's the gospel that teaches us on how to properly do the Eucharist. It is the gospel that teaches us how to treat our bodies. The message is like the photograph album. This is a story which makes sense of who we are. Here are the snapshots: the Messiah, his shameful death, his burial, his resurrection on the third day, the people who saw him, Cephas, the 12, 500 at once, James, Jesus' own brother. Then at the end of the story, the man born a bit late, torn from the womb just in time to be part of the sequence. The last person to see the risen Jesus before the appearances stopped, Paul himself. And it all happened according to, or in according with, the Bible. This doesn't refer to the biblical accounts of the New Testament, the gospel stories of Jesus' death and resurrection. They hadn't been written at this stage, nor does it mean that Paul could quote half a dozen proof texts of passages from the Old Testament which predicted that the Messiah would die and rise again. Though he could certainly have done that. No. All right, clenchers, you ready for clenchers?
Yeah.
The Bible which Paul had known and loved as a young man was like a story in search of an ending. And when Jesus rose from the dead, the ending was now revealed. This is where it was all going. So, the what we call the Old Testament, that was the Bible to Paul. That's all they had during Paul's time.
Yeah. A Bible.
So that, like, when you read the Old Testament
Yeah.
or the Tanakh for them, it was pointing towards someone who will give life, who will be the tree of life. And Jesus becomes that tree of life in his death and resurrection. That's why he's the climax of the First Testament, the Tanakh, the Old Testament. You need the Bible not least to remind you what, if this was the ending, the story itself was about. But you need, okay, another clincher, you ready? But you need the gospel to remind you that this was the ending that God himself had provided, giving meaning to the whole thing. We need to be clear about what the word resurrection itself meant for Paul and his hearers. It didn't mean life after death. It was never a general term for any and every belief about what might happen to people after they die. It meant, very specifically, that people already dead will be given new bodies, will return to an embodied life not completely unlike the one they had before. This belief had begun to be popular in Judaism in 2 or 3 centuries before Paul's day, but it had always been denied, not only throughout the pagan world, with the possible exception of the Zoroastrians, but also by many Jewish groups, including the powerful aristocrats, the Sadducees. The point is this: when Paul spoke of Jesus having been raised from the dead and pointed on to resurrection as God's promise for all Jesus' people, nobody in Corinth would have thought he meant simply that Jesus had gone after his death into some kind of glorious but non-bodily existence. Think about it. If that was what Paul and the others had meant, why did they suggest it happened on the 3rd day rather than straight away? People sometimes talk vaguely about Jesus being raised to heaven, but that simply isn't what the word meant. What sort of body Jesus had and what sort of his people will have is an important question, but Paul will get to it later in the chapter. But the fact of there being a body is all important. Paul's personal conclusion to this introduction serves as a reminder. What we're talking about here is God's grace, God's powerful grace, at work in and through the most unlikely people. But Paul is also careful to underline what the Corinthians already knew, namely that this message was the same, whichever apostle was announcing it. The Corinthians had heard Cephas and others. They knew this wasn't a strange idea that only Paul had spoken of. This was and is the central thing about Christianity. So what's the central thing about Christianity? Yeah, the good news, the resurrection of Jesus. Central.
That's the central point of Christianity.
Yeah, so resurrection is, again, he resurrected into a full body.
Yeah.
It's not like some weird Cloud City heaven. No, it's a full, like, you could punch him body. Fleshy body.
He didn't want to do that.
He fleshy body that he could, like, go, oh, like he could, like, hit his chest.
But you wouldn't want to do that.
I don't know. Maybe in the new body I would want to go full gorilla. We'll see. Maybe I want to beat my chest. All right. Ready for the last clincher paragraph? Christianity, you see, isn't a set of ideas. It isn't a path of spirituality. It isn't a rule of life. It isn't a political agenda. It includes and indeed gives energy to all those things. But at its very heart, it is something different. It is good news about an event which has happened in the world. An event because of which the world can never be the same again. And those who believe it and live by it will, thank God, never be the same again either. That's what 1 Corinthians 15 is all about. All right, friends. We can start.
FBI, open up.
All right, Char, we dip in 15 minutes, my friend.
Okay.
In 55 minutes. I mean, not 50 minutes.
I was about to say. There we go. I like how I can't even see the key when you're walking. I like how I can't even see the key when you're
You can. It's actually like all the way up. You're gonna take up a lot of your screen, like lower down a little bit. Oh yes, pennies.
Get out of here.
magic!
Oh shoot! I almost missed 3. I almost just missed a vitamin. There's an entire 5 coins.
Darn it, I messed up.
All right, figure time.
It is a lot happy. This is the ability station. There's my air ability. Want to see my air ability? Okay, right, you ready to see my air ability? No, no. Have fun catching me. Where's my friend? I want him to invite me. Where's the flat man? Okay, that sounds pretty weird. Okay, well. Where is he? Where's my friend? No! Get out of here, nerd! No. Get me out of it. Okay, yeah. Buddy, help me. corrupted me. Loki coming for me. I'm dead.
Hello, is this a Circular Path Club?
Yeah.
I'm dialing you in. Your path is corrupt. It's not corrupted. Encrypted. Beep, beep, beep.
Stop.
Hey, Houston.
Hello, Corey.
So you can hear me. Logan was not able to hear me, and
He might have had you muted
it's a possibility.
because of how your system works.
It's true. He's not here. He's at home.
Well, that's kind of what I figured, but I mean, like, from, like, when he was over there
What
and having
is
to
that?
get on
Yeah.
Discord and
Yeah.
mute you.
Finally beat the second stage.
Congratulations. How's your Outer Worlds coming along, by the way? On the side note.
I haven't played it in a bit, especially since Harry Potter. Are you ready, Char?
I haven't seen you play that either in a little bit either.
Yeah.
A
Well,
couple days.
I
Been busy.
also have found like a system that works really well in this game, and so I'm just seeing it through now.
Ah.
Watch it. Oh, it's like hosted. I find it hilarious. Yes, friend.
Doesn't matter. I got instant. Ready? Watch this. I was gonna pull you up and see it almost filled me up. And
How are
then
you?
once
What you been
I
doing?
get over
What you been up to?
Yeah, go.
I have not been doing too much. Been
But dude,
doing like
some of it like gets glitched in this
actual life things a little bit.
Hmm.
Been getting distracted by Metroid.
You get distracted by what?
Metroid.
Oh, okay.
And then
It's a good thing to capture your attention. Is it just as good as the OG?
Oh
Yeah.
my god, yes!
Even better for a lot of people because it's bigger.
It's the same
It's
console,
the
right?
first time for a lot of
Seen it,
people to even know about
He's
it.
the one that tells you to like
Mm.
turn
Play
around.
it.
Well,
And modern,
there's a new way to
modernized
tell where
controls,
you find
maybe
What?
not mouse and keyboard level, but it's like dual stick and
okay, but
stuff. So
Nice.
Modern
there's a
for a
way
lot
to
of people.
tell.
So they even like, oh yeah, they made a two stick. That's awesome. So I remember when I was younger playing it, and I was like, my brain was having a hard time with the way that they had the.
Then Rush doesn't cut. That's how you know that it's going to be.
because well, I still play with the classic, and there's probably other
If I
people
die, I
that
have my
like
cross.
they have that as an option where you can go to a rough
Charlie, you can't be safe, 'cause even if I do get
estimation
caught,
of the
I could just use this.
old-fashioned controls too.
Plus, I'm already at the end.
And they also have the one where you can also have a pointer controls also, like the Wii version.
Hmm. Oh. Hosted.
I was thinking a little bit like it's a bit late because today is Friday and it'll be proper group time. But I was thinking like yesterday when like if you were on or something, like we would boot up Starbound and just try to get like crew members like David got like randomly because it's one of those RNG things.
Hmm. That's an idea. Balls. That's fine. No, it's a mistake I made. There we go.
Look at that, all the vampires.
Yeah. Pretty much what I do is I have a vampire ruin. So I first get the houses to like the vampire sets.
Okay, wow.
Then I do ruins.
This is not a good place.
Oh, is that new?
What is?
Ruins. Like I didn't realize you could do that with ruins.
Oh my god,
Put them like
yes.
right here?
Like having them, if you have
did
them like overlapping with two vampire things, you get a ransacked village.
No, Ransack Village just comes from a vampire in a
What? It just
town.
takes me out?
Yeah, but I thought you just put down the runes there.
Nope. So what I do is, well, I will put one right here, but first I do, because after 3 rounds, these become like a super town. Nothing
Yeah.
bad spawns from them. And so once I get 2 super towns, that's when I put a rune right here. So that I get all the benefits of rune, but no worms are doing archery
yeah.
garbage.
Right.
Oh my gosh, Charlie. I'm at the hard part of the game.
I wonder why. And now,
He does a lot more
no,
damage.
don't eat it.
Those archers are really good, just getting those early experiences.
Why are you here? I don't get why you're here.
It's here to ruin your day. You're at this stage, right? At this boss?
Boss 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't actually gotten to it because it gets
Why are you here?
quite a bit more spicy, and I don't have like rivers or anything locked. So
Yeah, it gets. You're right. Pretty darn spicy.
No.
W.
and then what I need to really do is just grind some normal lower tier stuff and get resources to unlock.
Dude, that's why you do ruins, because every time you go by a ruin, you get a random, resource. So you don't have to like do resources all around. HER.
No, I mean like it's mostly just like rogue stuff. All the metal, because I don't have very much of that. But yeah, something I need to do.
Yeah, and what's cool, I mean, the Necromancer has a very weak start, but man, it snowballs so hard. I snowballed so hard last game.
Oh,
I'll do that, I guess. Might be it.
so I know I mentioned like some quality is very important, like way back when you started. But what have you found as the most important stats?
So
for-
get the one where they die, where you get healed when they die, and then I just put literally make sure I had each one had spawn. I mean each one had like +1 to like skeleton, +1 to skeleton max.
Yeah. But I mean, like outside of like special cards that you might
knew
not get,
it.
like overall stat wise.
That's it.
Is it
You could get
max speed very
it's an actual stats.
Outside of, I know max skeletons is, but so just max skeletons is very important then.
Oh yeah. Well, especially max skeleton. Yeah. Very strong.
So more skeletons, the better. Is it more important than better skeletons?
I think you just have to like juggle between each one, especially with like depending on how the wave's looking.
Yeah.
I just keep an eye. If I feel like they're dying faster than the next wave, then I like will put a little bit more points into skeleton quality.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. No. I knew I should have said my reasonable point. Okay. Okay, why? That food is okay.
And actually, it's funny for this guy, the thicket, the little tree people, like synergize so well with him because all they do is their counter. Especially if you have that heal when a skeleton dies, you just get a free health top off pretty much.
This is really big, but I cannot
So
win.
it's actually good to just leave them there.
Yeah.
Are you? What?
I may lose.
Oh, that's very good to know. So that's strong.
Yeah.
Have you found any use out of the deserts at all?
No.
Have you found any use of the like desert forest combo then?
I have not even done a desert forest combo. Is that the thing?
Where they do less damage but they attack faster.
Oh. I haven't. I don't know. I might try that if this fails again. So I feel like I have a good strat. I just need to get it.
I honestly like having some desert but not very much because it's like just lower health in general. And like with Necro, since a lot of your sustain is magic shield and that isn't affected by max health.
But again, like with this though, like you still get +3 max HP for enemy killed, soul with a kill. And so
Yeah,
with
but I
these
mean,
high numbers, like you
is
get
very
very
good at
strong
either way.
magic shield and very strong health pool.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
And the thing with the desert is while it decreases yours, it also decreases the enemy. So you just, if you attack faster than them, they just die quicker. It's one of those sort of like balancing act sort of things, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It makes them die quicker, but it also makes you die quicker. But it also
What?
like effectively makes healing more valuable at the same time because it's
Mm.
more percent of your health.
Yeah.
But that's like one of those like effective HP sort of situations where it just becomes a big mess of calculations and theory.
Mm-hmm. In brain.
Brain.
Okay.
Yes, Char.
What? You do?
Mm-hmm. You have an artifact? Hmm.
Aw.
Do you need me to read it to you? So if I do this right, I can have towns all around to do lots of topping off. While I keep building up my attack speed. My summoning speed, pretty much. That's all Forest is doing now, is top off my summoning speed. Alright, that's enough for that for right now. Yes, more levels. Talking about.
Well, also, I'm probably gonna go get distracted on YouTube and stuff for a while
Okay.
while you're working.
Sounds good, man. I love you. I'll catch
Also,
you.
if you're ever in the mood for something like Vampire Survivors again, like I'll send you a copy of that Brotato thing.
Send me a copy of what?
Brotato, if you want something a little bit hectic, but more like Vampire Survivors in that way.
Oh, is it that one? The one you're playing earlier?
Yeah.
I mean, man, I'll be down. Let me see how. I mean, right now I'm just working through this. So
I know.
So yeah,
I
I'll let
mean,
you-
you know what? Thinking about it, Brotato is pretty much what exactly I was like trying to
Okay, wow.
Vampire
Finish
Survivors and Brotato is the sort of thing I was once upon like
Oh.
trying to explain what I was kind of treat zombies as.
I have too
Hmm.
strong of a block.
It's like it's a change of pace sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's true. Yeah, there might be a point where I feel like I need to take a break from this, and I might then go back to Hogwarts Legacy, but then we'll see after that. It's just nice to have progress in this. This game has such a high, just has a high skill gap, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I like it.
You have to like go against like so many of your, just your I don't know what the word
Oh, come on, I'm missing one of them.
your. Yeah, you really have to like control pace. Like it's like so many things you have to be so mindful of playing this. Well, that's just worse. All right, other man, I won't hold you any longer.
No, it's not your. You're not holding me. It is me holding myself.
Okay.
I am the one holding myself up by the bushel. Also, maybe someday we can find like an escape room game like
Oh my god.
Escape Academy if you were into those type of things, but I don't know if you are.
I might check it out a little later.
Because I do like puzzles.
This
Yeah.
is the second time I've ever made it this far.
Enjoy your looping and your
Last
S
time
tier river
I won.
in the shape of an S.
Nice.
Yep.
Whee!
Get that triple.
Ready? Watch it jump on the
Look at my attack speed already.
And whee!
Yeah.
Looping,
Honestly,
man.
that's probably the biggest part is like with the river and the forest making it much more efficient. It makes the Necro a lot better because you have a decent base attack speed instead of
Mhm.
having to build for it with your items.
Yeah.
Which is like one of the biggest issues I had when I was playing with Necro before I had Force unlocked was like you could have all the skeletons, but you couldn't get them fast enough.
Yeah, you
to
can't get them out in
actually
the field
do anything.
fast enough. Yeah.
So yeah, I'll talk to you in a couple hours.
Sounds good, man. I will. Yeah, I'll be on when I get home. I think I have everything, so I'll just probably come straight home after work.
Yeah. Was everything all right yesterday? Because I know, like,
Yeah, I just
Why thinking?
tiredness and
you know what? That's perfectly fine. I just was like, just wanted to make sure because it's like you mentioned wanting to do stuff, but also you didn't. So I was like,
Yeah.
is he actually okay, or is he just tired?
yeah, I'm
Because you've
okay.
been
We're,
getting
we're-
a day of sleep.
I want fall damage.
it's also we're just like
Get away from
we're all,
Get
we're
away
we
from
all we're all our
Get
all
away
our
from me.
greatest
I don't
like
even care.
you know usually our own greatest enemies. So we just find ourselves
Yeah, get away from me. No.
longing but never really accomplishing.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yes!
I'm just happy that everything turned out well. It was just you getting some rest then.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm happy you were
Oh my
able
god.
to.
Thanks, man. Well, I love you. I'll see you when I get back on. I'll be probably back
Later.
on around 6ish, so I'll see you then.
No.
Okay. So 8. Later.
Later.
I know. It's so cool. I finally did it! That felt so good. My first run of the day. Look at Charlie, I did it. This is your 100. This is continue. Oh, that felt so good. Good. Yes. Yes. Oh. Achievement pop up. Finally.
Darn it.
Okay, the only achievements I'm missing is use a crucifix on ice, use a crucifix on street, use it in dupe. I need to give a trail on this one. I need
Soul
to
Tower let us see
my 100
monsters
death.
even farther from the camp.
I need
Don't you
to
worry.
wait.
Those beasts won't scare my men.
Not on this account. Use it on him. I don't know what that one is. Okay, I need to exit the doors with that.
Hmm.
Oh god.
I'll just do that. Mhm.
I spell bye.
A bye? Like, by the way? Or,
Like I'm good.
oh, BYE.
Oh my god, I actually didn't think that was crazy. No,
No, too much.
I know. I want to beat it with this. So this time I'm going to beat it with this random.
Don't know it. Don't know what to think.
You want to play with me, Charlie?
I don't know.
Okay.
Evade. Said evade. Wait. Evade.
You should play Evade. To him. have my hands on my house.
training for 2. Fury Ash got crack and blade for 2 SP. It's not gone. I actually
Yeah. AUN
T.
L. Oh, AUA. So GAU. NTLETS. Hydrate up, please. already.
Baba Booey. Baba Booey. Marshmallow, marshmallow, marshmallow. Marshmallow, marshmallow, marshmallow. Come on, marshmallow. Come on, marshmallow.
Huh.
Wanna get?
Wait.
Wow, that got rough really fast.
Gauntlet. My gauntlets. Yes. Nobody reads signs.
HR, we're dipping in 6 minutes, my friend. Ooh, darn it. Oh, do I have a res? I don't.
Bobcat. Bobcat music. This is the most cringiest thing ever. So you know the Popcat face? Yeah. They should make a lollipop in it. That's gonna be so cringe.
Yes, friend?
Dude's skin. Look. 2 SP sets for back.
I mean, as Peter says, cost money, so I mean, if it's compared to, yeah, it's the one that costs money. So in that makes sense. You know?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me now?
I still can't hear you for some reason. But I'll come back later.
All right, friends. 5 o'clock. Are you requesting a couple more minutes?
I have one. All right, once you're done with that server, though, we gotta dip. There's certain steps he has to take in the amount that he can have, and he's already done those for what he wanted. Do not question the wisdom of the elders. Blah, 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 blah. Can't add anything good. Just mine. What?
Your soul. Your soul is mine. Huh. I messed up. That's fine. Ooh.
I was gone. It was Magnum and Krakenfoot and Sid. How is it with the Lava
Enjoying those gummy bears there?
I like gummy bears.
What? You do?
Yeah.
Whoa. Man like gummy bears. Nope, I'm going to overkill.
You can enter the rooms. Random. Oh, yeah, fun.
No. Didn't notice that broke. Balls. Darn it. Yeah, well, there's thieves and they can. This might be it for me. Yep. I do have a resurrect. Let's use it. Gosh darn it. That I'll have as big as possible. Darn it.
Mistakes made.
Yeah, 360. That's called A-60.
All right, friend. In 3 minutes, it'll be 5:15. We absolutely have to go. Okay. I know. You'll get to come. Calm yourself. One second. That's my guess.
Plus saying random letters.
Hello?